Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to our stream, because I feel like you are a really big part of this environment here that we created together. You know, I'm just one that is unfortunately, I would say, on the camera, but you know, I want to jump right into where I ended yesterday about being so happy to be part of this endeavor with you guys. And you know, we started in chat a little bit about it's about to be a great day, and I'm pretty sure it will be, because you know, it's another day for me in the studio, in the place where I like to be, and hopefully you feel the same way, that you are in the place where you feel comfortable and where you feel secure, and you can create freely without, you know, that pressure of judgment or, you know, mistakes and so on and so forth that, you know, I talk about a lot during the streams. So yeah, let's get right into these you know, classic disclaimers for some of you who, you know, are not familiar with this concept that we created here together. This is not, you know, this video has no entertainment values whatsoever. Sometimes it does, but you know, it's more like goofing around rather than just, you know, constantly creating something entertaining. And the reason is because I want you to participate in this painting discourse. It's incredibly important for me to gather that information, to have new ideas, to be exposed to new ideas. And also, you know, this is art, and as we know from a history and also from previous endeavors, is that there's no right and wrong answer, particularly, or per se rather. But that there is only answers that work and answers that don't work in the particular case or the particular painting. So please do not watch this video. Rather, join me and join all of us that, you know, create, whether it's with paint, I don't know, dry media. I still have, you know, some pigments and some materials left on my palette. I actually left it there for a specific reason that I would like to talk about today. Like I said, and this is not only for people that draw, this is for people that write, this is for people that sculpt, this is for people that play music. It doesn't really matter, because most of the time we talk about the concepts that can be applied across all of the, you know, kind of that art, what would it be? Art, not subjects, across the art departments, if you wish. You know, it's just a corporate talk right now. So yeah, please join us. You know, you don't really need to be worried about, you know, certain levels of, you know, some people paint better, some people paint like masters, some are just you know, at the beginning of a journey. This is not necessarily paint by number videos. So like I said, most of the things that we talk here are ideas. These ideas, unfortunately or fortunately, depends on which way you're from which way you're looking at that. They are these ideas are abstract. They are not, you know, they live most of the time in our heads and in my brain. But then, if I have any, hopefully I do, enough of funny things. But well, it's not even funny. But what I'm trying to say is that all of these ideas are mostly about, you know, like they're concepts. They're abstract. They're, you know, unreal. But these ideas pose certain questions, and the answers for these questions are actually in the real paint application. So that's probably the most challenging thing that there is when it comes to painting for me, especially in, you know, let's say with the painting of this size. This is really one of the biggest paintings I've ever done, and still this is not necessarily the main painting. This is just a fragment painting, so this is more like a preparatory, you know, testing painting. It's fairly large, and the reason is because, you know, there are things that cannot be fully developed on the smaller scale. And I don't want to get into details. I will definitely get into this later on during the stream. So yeah, I hope that this little introduction gave you a time to set up your creative stations, and hopefully today I move a little bit more closer to the end of this trial. And you know, trial by error. What's the saying? Never mind. I don't want to. You know, I don't remember that saying. But what I'm trying to say is that this is something that I need to get going. I need to finish. Well, not necessarily finish, but I need to get the maximum out of this, because I have to start working on the final larger painting, and simultaneously I have to develop some other figures that are there. So I need to do these two figures. This is the one, and then one that it's next to. They're holding it kind of together, helping each other as well as these two figures. That's kind of that unifying factor. And then I would like to also get, I don't know if you can see, oh, you can't see it because I would also like to get this figure right there a little bit more developed. I have some canvases in the corner that are ready for these experiments, and I'm not sure what it is going to, like how would I put this? Since this is a winter time, I don't have that much daylight to work with. So perhaps I might start, you know, these streams, or start painting not at 12, but maybe even sooner, maybe at 10, perhaps. I'm not sure. I will see, because I'm missing that sunlight. Even yesterday, when I finished, it was almost completely dark in the studio. And I took a picture of that drawing yesterday, and it was quite dark. I actually put it, you know, since I was painting it on this side, so my light was hitting it from the sunlight was hitting it from the left. Then I took it to the other side, and I took a picture from the other side, just to show a little bit more of that texture. So, but it still, it was really difficult to photograph. I did not photograph it today, but I want to go back to that yesterday really bad painting, and I'm just going to grab it. It's all the way in the back. I put it on the side. I want to talk about it a little bit, just for a second. There's a question here. Could you please, or can you please, point which figure some people mentioned that looks like a female? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. This figure right here. One of the two main figures. I mean, this is obviously man, but I think it's because of the, you know, since the figures, the head is a little lower, so you automatically assume that the person is smaller. We usually, you know, visually, for some reason, look at as a female figure as a slightly lower than the male figure, and the fact that the dress that I put there, because I was taking folds and ideas from a female dress and skirts, it might get that kind of a vibe that of like a slightly femalish. Plus, before the cap and the hat that was there, it also kind of leads you towards believing that might be a female in today's standards, only because we don't, back in the day, there was not that much of such a large division between or the distinction between male and female dress. They were fairly similar when it comes to the, at least today we have jeans, we have a different cloths, different fabrics, but back in the day it was probably most of the stuff was, I believe, made out of linen, especially in this area, because there's no like a cashmere or anything like that. It wasn't available, especially for a common folk. It's not available even today. So that's why I felt that, and I had that feeling that this might be slightly female-ish, but that's what. Yeah, and you thought the same way. Yeah, that's absolutely. What is this? Just a second. There's some weird thing. I was just looking at the chat, and the reason, yeah, the way how you phrased that, Yeah. I was looking at it like, what's happening there? So I'm sorry. It got me out of I don't know. So just getting back to this idea, and I'm strictly speaking from point of view like that, a visual understanding of things. So no one gets offended because, even your question got flagged. So just to make it clear, this is just a visual representation and the symbols that we use to differentiate certain things. I can add more examples so it doesn't feel that it's kind of a cut out of a context. And the idea would be that, let's say that when we talk about the hierarchy, we are used to use like a pyramid system, and it's, again, there's a difference between pyramid scheme and the pyramid system in terms of that on the top of the pyramid, it's that person that has the highest status. Usually, when we think about in the past, it was probably either God or in Renaissance it was either it was Virgin Mary with the Jesus, or Jesus himself. They were usually put on the highest point, because that was representing that status, that someone is on the top. Or when you think about the kings, even when we open that let's say Rembrandt and his paintings, we can see that they're, especially in his early life, he prioritized that idea. Where is that larger painting that I'm looking for? There it is. Right. So when I'm looking at, and this is a unknown subject, but it doesn't really matter, because we can see that king is like in that central, or the main figure of the most importance in this particular setup. It's in the middle, and it's in the highest point. It does not necessarily mean that it's in the focal point, but that's something that I was also criticized with some of my compositions at the Academy, that you cannot simply put a king kneeling down in front of peasants, because that's not what would happen in the real life. Well, I agree with that statement, but then this is a painting. This is not the real life. This is not, I'm creating the idea rather than just, reflecting to a real life, because I'm pretty sure that in the real life there are no angels flying, in the sky, and especially, in that kind of and they're definitely not naked, right? So I'm just trying to. With the painting, what I'm trying to say is that it is painting. It is illusion of a real world. You should not take it literally unless it's just some kind of, you're making it like a you're supporting some kind of a historic event and doing it especially, I don't know, for history purposes. This has a history. How would I put this? This is based on the real historic event that happened, but unfortunately there is very little information about how was it and who they were, and we don't have any pictures of them, any paintings. I think that there is one that I found on the internet that they refer to, that particular face as one of the brothers, but it's just we don't have any reliable source that I would say how they were dressed, how they looked, what the journey was. We have some partial information, but they are all based on written documents that they were kind of also from the point of view of history. And we know that history, when you look at the history from the point of view of I don't know, Pope or people or well, because there was a conflict between Constantinople and Rome at the time in terms of the influence, right? So it depends on what historic documents are you looking at. The information might vary. So what I'm trying to say is that this is imagination. This is my representation of the event, but the actual event is not as important as the message that they brought. Actually, it's not the message. They brought the language. They brought the knowledge to people in the region where I live, where I was born. So that's the importance. And I don't really think about these as just accurate portraits of representation of a historic event. This is painting. This is supposed to feed more than just your a vision that's supposed to reflect the feelings, reflect the ideas that they were actually that they are direct. How would I put this? Well, without these guys, I wouldn't be able to use my native language. Let's put it that way. And I don't want to say that I am, like a I use English more than my native language, but it's still part of the history. It's still part of who I am, and it shaped my understanding of the world. First 25 years, because that's how long it took me to understand that I need to venture out. So. Yeah, this is strictly my personal idea about who they were and how important they were for me particularly. And some other people can find some other meaning, hopefully, into perhaps their journey. It's just it's how I feel about this. But that's on the tangent of just being flagged because of that message. Yeah, it doesn't have to be real. You're absolutely right, and it isn't. I mean, obviously, this is not real thing. This is, it's, you know what, when you think about it, just, you know, just the fact that it feels three-dimensional, it's illusion, because we know that it's a two-dimensional surface, right? So, like, thinking about this being like reproduction of a real event that happened, you know, from second to second, or to really a point that would just destroy every other painting that I know and I like, because I am 100% positive the scene didn't look like this. I mean, that's just crazy thinking. And then also we have a portrait, right? But that's a different art. I mean, when you look at the very famous The Academy lesson by Dr. Tulp, the Rembrandt painting, I'm pretty sure that there was someone behind like this. You know, it's crazy to think that, you know, that's a real thing. So, yeah. But the more important is the composition, the thing that, you know, did you like to look at those facial expression, the, you know, the interest that they are like their thoughts are kind of going towards that education, and the doctor being a main character there. So, you know, or this book being right here, like what is he reading? It's way too far away to read. I mean, the letters are so small. So it's just it's a representation of something that some real events. Yeah, but I digress. I wanted to talk about that yesterday, a really bad painting. And since I don't have I wanted to talk about that texture because you guys were interested in that texture. So I don't know if it's so you can see perhaps right now I'm trying to move it and twist it back and forth. And you can see the differences. You can see like the area right here. I'll try to point it out. Just give me a second. I'll just grab my pointy stick. Let's use this one. So you can see right here, I hope I'm looking at the camera. You can see like you have these ridges right here. That's the paint underneath. And then you see like this kind of a rough surface right here. I can just kind of scrape it still. And it's because that's the paint that was not fully dried when I started to erase it. So it kind of destroyed the surface, and I then tried to incorporate it in. So that's that exploration that we were working on, right? To move it around and push it, and you can see like that. Then I realized that, okay, maybe we can do like a little warming it up a little bit, because it was really cooling down there. So, oh, Aika, hello. I'm just explaining right now about that. About the yesterday a really bad painting experiment that we did together. So you can see the texture right there, and you can see, you know, there's all these different, you know, pigments that I tried to salvage from my palette, just to not throw them away, because as we established before, I'm a collector, not hoarder. So it's kind of a interesting. It was kind of an interesting experiment. Oh, thank you. I am surprised myself how this turned out. But you know, I don't know what to do next, because this is all very soft, you know, and you can still wipe it. And probably I might actually, you know, layer it with. I mentioned this yesterday a little bit. I might actually put a little bit of retouching varnish on top of it, so it kind of seals this layer, and then perhaps we can go again on top of this with more paint. I don't know if it's going to work, and definitely that's not something that I would call archival, but it's a fun experiment, because again, what we were aiming for together with this exercise was just experimenting with the different materials, and I still have these materials here. That's why I left them. So it was like a you know, white chalk, and this is something similar. I have no idea. Yeah, I think it's pastel. It's dry pastel. Then I have some sepia, and I use this one. And again, these are just you know, some leftovers. They're all broken. And then I also used a little bit of compressed charcoal, and just the regular good old, you know, that I use it all the time. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I left it on the other side. Oh, don't worry, I can just grab it, a fresh one. And then good old, just a soft wine, or willow, depends on what you have. Most of this was actually done with the willow because it has that kind of a rougher surface. And I like to use this, you know, as a brush, and you know, there they are, here they are. So I like to use this as a brush. That means that I'm applying it with the, let me just grab a piece of paper. I like to apply it like a brush, so I'm just doing this. And the reason is because I don't really go for that you know, like the classical, you know, I draw a line and I draw a next line and then I color in between. That's just not what I find interesting. What kind of canvas board was on that? Okay, yeah, just a second, because we actually had a lot of fun with our bed painting Fridays. And it is just a regular cheap canvas board, looking like this. This is like a very old. Do I have some? Maybe it's like a. Let me just put this down so you can. Oh, actually. Like a canvas panel. I'm not sponsored by them, but you know, it's like a canvas panel. And what we did, we were talking about the prices of pigments and how expensive that is. And I wanted to show and demonstrate the idea that you don't need to have expensive paints. You don't need to have, you know, expensive art supplies, because when it comes to art supplies, I know that the price. And when you think about like stretcher bars, then you have a canvas and primed canvas and prepare and sealed and size, right? Then you need, you know, cost of just the titanium white, or you know, these more expensive like vermilion are just the numbers are astronomical. So you are in hundreds, and you didn't even you didn't even place one brush stroke. You haven't even placed one brushstroke on the canvas. So I was trying to show that I have some mixtures and pre-mixed pigments on my palette, and instead of scraping them and throwing them away, I just randomly, and you can see these are I'll show you the other experiments right here. So whenever I'm cleaning my palette, I just go and I just do, you know, I put them on. This is how it looks. I bought these. I think it was a packet of 5 like this in the store for discount price, and just, you know, and then I use them like a small sketch. And these are all different. They look very similar, but this is a little bit more redder. This is a little greener. This is bluer, and this is more neutral, where I stand for me. And this is just white canvas. So when I'm cleaning my palette, I just scrape it on the pigment. And right now, you can start actually working on it with the charcoal to do, I don't know, like a nice little small one of another, you know, these $1 million portraits that we do, and, you know, create some kind of a cool sketch there. And we can just bring right now the, you know, some other, I don't know, it's just having fun. You know, so this you know, this is kind of a representation of this, but I would probably start with this kind of a piece of wine, and I would just think about it as a as like some kind of a value, and then I might come here and just erase with the fingers and make a face there. It's just a quick example. I was looking at that, a composition and thinking what. I was wondering because when I. Yeah, that's actually, when you think about these canvas boards, this is the very cheap way of, because you don't have a stretcher bar and it's a little bit more compact, and usually I use these when I travel because I can put them into my pochette box or into my easel. And it's just and you can reuse them the way that I actually taped a piece of canvas there, because again, this is a cheap, this is trying to make a cheap version of these. So I have a leftover canvas that I have a hard time to use anywhere else, but I can still, glue it to the other side if I don't like what was happening here. And I might have another surface. It's just another way of utilizing everything that you have. I try to not throw away stuff, and that's why I have. I mean, these I can go into my back room, and I have like I could make a whole other painting only with the leftovers, the big one. So it's just one way of thinking about that. And then I was also showing that you can utilize your old drawings, and I always use masonite board or MDF board that is kind of that has like a under frame, and I'm stretching paper on it. I wet the paper. It's completely wet, then I stretch it, and I have a hard surface even with the drawing. And this is one of the bad drawings that, or unfinished drawings that I was. I think I was explaining this, that I didn't have a proper space, so I had to work like with a weird angle. I don't know if this is going to be visible. It doesn't really matter. Just ignore the bad drawing. But then I can right now. Take a PVA, which is like a transparent glue. I can glue all this from the top, let it sit. It's just going to dry. It's going to be a protective layer, and I can start painting on top of it. And this is going to be like an underpainting for me. So it's just a kind of a different way of thinking. And you can do this with a paper when you are really when you want to be dirt cheap, or you can do the same thing and you can stretch the canvas on top of it as well if you have some leftovers. So there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of options that you can do with materials, and it's something that I really like to do. And yeah, leftover paint. So these are. And right now, like you said, I'm going to leave this as it is, probably, or maybe just cover it with varnish, just to keep it as a memory from really bad painting Friday. And we have a bunch of these. If you're interested, you can join us. We're just having a lot of fun with these bad painting Fridays. And we do all kinds of crazy stuff. We were painting joypad. We do it digitally, and yesterday rather, I was working with soft pastels or soft wine charcoal and compressed charcoal, and just I was just trying to really demonstrate that there is no reason for any of us to complain about how expensive things are. Because that's just a cheap excuse to not be creative. And I want to show you and all of you that you don't really need to have a large studio with all the bells and whistles to be able to create. And it's really fun to work with the different materials. So. You're more than welcome to join us. It's really the kind of a safe space where we are creating these weird drawings and experiments, and we're not judging the results. The only thing that is important is just that a cool journey to get to some new ideas. And I combined another thing that, I don't have a life model most of the time. I work from imagination, and I used Rembrandt's reference portrait, Rembrandt's portrait as a reference for that experiment. And there is, this is a little bit of a combination of taking some ideas from Rembrandt and adding some of mine, and then mixing them together to create something that might be beneficial, especially for the larger paintings. So I tested some of the areas, and perhaps I was talking about this person, that I could perhaps tone this person towards that kind of application, or perhaps I can flip that, I can take a picture of it and flip it, like make a mirror image, and it could actually fit to this guy as well. So I can work these things, and especially when I'm thinking about that right now, let me bring it back. If I take a picture of it, flip it, there's a lot of things that was shown to me, or that I actually didn't know or didn't observe when I was just looking at the Rembrandt's work. But some of these soft edges and kind of lost edges even could be applied right here to make it a little bit more three-dimensional. So that's something that I need to really work on and deal with. So this is what we do here. We're having a lot of fun during these bed painting Fridays. But the main focus right now and today is continue working on that fragment painting, which is, like I said, just a fragment from the larger piece that hopefully I'll be able to start maybe on at the beginning of the next year. I'll see. Maybe I'll start with some preliminary drawings and adjustments even this year, because I have to go to Vienna to get art supplies, because they don't have them here where I am right now. So I have to travel there. So I'll see. Maybe around the Christmas time, I might probably bring another large canvas. Most likely it's going to be there. I don't know where I'm going to put all the stuff that I have here. So let's see what's going to happen. So that's just a little recap for Aika. The reason for me knowing her is because she rated our stream last time, and I was really surprised. And I want to apologize again if I bore to death all of her viewers, because this is really a more paint alongside video than entertainment, because after all, I don't feel like I have provided any entertainment value. So yeah, just some ideas, and like I said, it's a painting discourse, so it's like a discussion about the painting, and then actually applying these ideas and this knowledge to your own work. All right, I think I was talking too much again, and I apologize for that. And let's get back to this monstrosity. Because I'm not really sure how far. Well, I think that right now, when I'm looking at this, the portrait kind of works, but I still don't have the feeling of. Let me see the reflection one more time, so I don't. I think that I straightened all the problems with straightened. I think I dealt with all the symmetry problems fairly successfully. Let me see the mirror reflection from there. Yeah, even the proportions, they're kind of okay. Right now the head looks okay. I am happy that we together dealt with this area of a shoulder right here. It was very important to put it there. Perhaps I need to make this darker and this lighter to let this, oh, this is still wet? Okay, all right. Kind of fun. You remind me, first of all, I appreciate your honesty. I'm not gonna take it personally. Are you saying that I'm old? Okay, no. So I guess at least we can have a laugh about this. I am reminding you, your teachers from the school. Trust me, I could talk about my teachers from the school, and we talked about this during the streams. Some of the guys from the chat can tell you it's nothing like my art school. It was really tough, really heavy on you know, like that kind of a personal level. So hopefully it's not as bad as in the regular school. But this is kind of a classical approach where, you know, and this idea, it's really for people that work alone, like I do a lot, and this is like an atelier setup, but in a kind of an online way that I work alongside with you, and you know, we exchange these ideas and support each other. Okay, well, I know that you meant it as in a good way. It's just we both have a different background from the studios and my studios, and some of the masters from my studios. They were really tough individuals, not necessarily mean or bad, but extremely demanding, and it was very important, but in many ways it was also counterproductive at that time. Right now, I kind of understand the value of that, but you know, couple years ago, I would be devastated by certain statements that they made about my work or work of my fellow students. As I'm talking about my really difficult experience in art school, I still think about how to approach these problems that I have right here, right now. And maybe you have similar problems with your art as well. That's something that I think it's like I don't want to say that it's a universal problem, but you know, it's not something that only I experience, and that's making it an expression of a face impactful, and I don't want to say that it's not there, but it's not as clear as I would like it to be. Perhaps that might be something for me to focus on, like a I don't know. Well, it still needs to, this area right here needs to be addressed, for sure. And the reason is because I have soft edges all over the place. And that kind of blends that figure together with the background. And I need areas, you remember I talked about the atmospheric perspective, so one shoulder is receding in the background, but other should be in front. And since I have a frontal view, that's kind of difficult to show. And plus there is a lot of clothes on top of him. So I have to, perhaps I'll just push this area. What did we say? So this is a front, is this? Okay, this is receding in the background, and this is going front more towards us. So I'm going to push this edge a little harder right here around the shoulder, because I want to show that he's pushing forward, right? So that will be probably first thing to do today. And I have a multiple ways to do it. Again, I'm gonna grab that wine charcoal, and I'm talking about it. I'm doing like these little mental notes for myself, but then I also need visual clues for myself, the place that I want to work on. And the charcoal is helping me, because that shows me that there is an area that I did not work on. And I know that it's hard to see on camera, but it is there. And what I mean by that, I can actually take some of a, where would I show it to you what I mean a little bit better. Let's look at this, one of the other bad painting Fridays. I have, let's say that I want to work on this edge right here. So I put the little mark, the correction where I want to have that edge. Right now it stands out a little bit more, I believe, in terms of, yeah, it stands out. So it's like this right here. So I know that this area it's not worked in, and I can also, wipe it away very quickly. So that's why I like to use wine charcoal into my painting. You have to be careful though, because you're going to pollute your pigments. But on the other hand, I kind of like when that dust charcoal mix into my pigments, especially in these areas right here, because it's kind of at the edge. It gives like that extra another step, another value that kind of pushes it into that three-dimensional space. Gives another. I have a chair right here. It's just in the middle. Let me turn this off. So I'm going to correct that shoulder, and that's going to be first order of a business. Then there's another problem that I have. You remember I talked about this area a lot, because it's really busy, and and I really need to work on that. And also I need to address this. I need to create a little bit more of that kind of so it's wrapping around like so. I have to show this a little bit more, because I feel that that's where the image is really, really flat. And I can't have a flat image exactly in a point that it's supposed to show that, that foreshortening, that this comes out from that background towards us. So that needs to be addressed. And probably in order for me to push that portrait a little bit more, you remember I talked about this a lot, so I have a portrait right now that's developed, and hands, and it looks like this is a finished portrait, but I know that it isn't, because I don't have a hands finished. The moment when I push the hands a little bit more further into that kind of a cool developed stage, when it has a little bit more of that I don't want to say detail, a little bit more of that refinement rather, refine them a little bit more. I can judge the refinement of the hands against the refinement of the portrait, against the refinement of this portrait and this hand. This hand needs to work a lot of work, and this needs to be maybe curved a little bit more as well, because again, these preliminary drawings and paintings or paint that I lay down, it's kind of a flat image, only for sake of design and shape purposes, and then every other part needs to be right now developed, and not every other part. Every part that served the purpose of for me to, to lead your eye, I need to kind of adjust it. And this is, it might seem like a no-brainer, but I think this is the stage that I have not necessarily difficulty. I don't have a difficulty with this. It's just I feel that that's a very important stage where you have to be deliberate and you have to make concrete decisions. And unless you do the concrete decisions, you're still going to stay in that half fog, like unresolved stage. And I need to resolve certain things. So that's something that I probably need to work on right now. And yeah, coming back to painting, I actually saw your painting. I think it's really good. I really, really like what you're doing there. Maybe with your permission, later on we can discuss it even throughout the stream, because there are some cool things that are happening. It almost feels like they need just a little bit of a nudge, and it's actually the same thing that I'm doing right now, right here. I need to choose what's the focal point. I need to choose where the certain things are going to blend and dissolve into the background, and areas where I want you to stand out and go forward towards me. So I think it's pretty good. I think the idea is awesome. I like that, the layout. It's just a really, really nice start. So I'm really happy with what I saw, and you should be as well, actually. Oh, you're welcome. This is the part of our stream, So it's actually, just letting you know, I saw your painting, and I'm gonna steal all the good ideas. Just so you know, this is a disclaimer. You just, there's a lot of the cool things there, and I'm gonna steal them, and I'm gonna use them. That's what's gonna happen. So let's get into this. And I really think that this needs to be addressed. And then again, you remember yesterday I was talking about the edges. I was talking about what to do and what not to do, and how to blend it and not to blend it. And not necessarily blend it, how to, turn the form in and, unify things together. You steal my address. I was hoping that you are doing it already, but see, this is obviously there were no good ideas to steal. That's kind of sad and disappointing, but I'm gonna get better, and maybe I'll come up with some good ideas. So let's get this this shoulder working here. So I'm going to push it forward, and I'm just going to push it forward, not necessarily as I don't want to outline this, because you remember I talked about outlines, that outline kind of shows things next to each other, and that separation between them, it's the outline. Applying atmospheric perspective, push one thing in front of another. In terms of depth, and that z-axis that is so important for me when it comes to painting. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. It's just that's the main idea here. So um, I'm gonna I'm not going to steal your ideas. I'm going to get inspired of what you're doing, and then I'm going to replicate it. So see, you're already helping me to describe my thoughts a little bit better. You're kind of good with that, by the way. I just, I was watching previous videos and, I'm babbling for half an hour about something that you just summed up perfectly with one sentence. So maybe I should stop talking. I'm kind of, well, see, this was a moment when I should probably this is a Rembrandt moment, right? Rembrandt, Velasquez, Caravaggio, Titian. Let's see. Let's see what's up with these guys. And what I'm going to look at right now and search in Rembrandt is how he treats this kind of problems with multi-figure setups and composition. And then probably he does not have that many paintings that are on the lighter background, because he really loves to work in that kind of a dark setups most of the time. So I can't really work with contrast as much, but perhaps maybe what if I put him, remember I talked that I didn't like, what if I put him into black? So I make him a little darker as a whole silhouette. And that would push these lighter values a little bit more forward. Or maybe I don't need to make him darker, maybe saturates him a little bit more. Yeah, see, I said that I'm going to be quiet, and I, immediately started to talk again. So, yeah. It's about, remember we joke about that, bad talking Friday. So I should probably, it's going to be bad talking Monday, through Saturday, I guess. So it's like a bad talk Monday on Saturday. It's just, it's what we do today. So I'm looking at these, and again, you remember, you should apply this into your thinking about creating works of art, is that research and the ideas behind that, and observing and studying, it's part of the painting of a main portrait or main a multi-figure composition. It's very, very important. See, I found it accidentally. What is this painting? So he has one of these light backgrounds. It's a fragment from, there it is. So maybe I should really saturate him. And I'm all the way in the back of my studio trying to see that painting in its entirety. let me see that reflection. And again, I'm spending a lot of time with this. It might not look correct in terms of time management, but trust me, making informed decisions could save you a lot of repainting time, because I know that this platform is mostly for digital painting. I don't have a Control Z. I only have, I have to repaint it, which is not a problem. It just takes time, right? So. But on the other hand, just in spirit of yesterday, Bad Painting Friday, so let's push it dark. Let's push it dark. So you remember how much I suffered with this figure right here and adjusting it, and it was the portrait was fully painted. Then I covered it with that blue pigment, and then when the blue was dried, I just covered it all with brown, and right now I'm going to repaint him again. So he's really that guy is being abused a lot. And since I'm going to work on that silhouette right now, and I'm gonna design him again with a new information about this setup that is happening here, it's giving me a little closer to what I want to do. And if you remember, I talked about this during one of our previous streams when we focused on it was like a digital composition thing, right? So. Well, here's the thing, and this is important things that you actually mentioned, or important idea, that you are afraid of overthinking, which will lose that raw energy. Yes and no. Let me explain what I mean by that. If you still keep in your mind what the gesture is, and for me, the gesture, when I say gesture, I mean composition. What the composition is, you can always bring it back, right? So you remember, how many times I repainted this portrait? Like 5 times, 10 times? I don't even know. I don't even remember how many times. Every another layer that I'm putting on his face, it's not. It still comes, all these adjustments still comes out from the same idea. I'm searching for that appropriate expression in his face. Therefore, no matter how much I am overthinking it, as long as I'm inching closer and closer towards what I have in my head, because when I close my eyes, I see how he's supposed to look. And every time when I put the pigment down, I'm testing my own understanding of what's happening in my head and adding to just the visual unreal concept something that I can bounce off of, or some kind of a foundation. And every another layer, it's another solid foundation for getting closer to that, top floor, right? So I don't think about that I lay down the foundation and right now next layer is going to be new foundation. No, it's a foundation, and then there is a first floor, which happens to be a new foundation for the second floor, and the second floor is a new foundation for a third floor. If you keep this in mind, when you create your work, it would be you won't be able to. No, that's not the right word. You will not lose that kind of a freshness, because freshness doesn't come from the random brush strokes. It comes from that intention that you have behind those brush strokes. Coming back to our experiments, you remember we did that really bad green under. I still have it here because some of these areas are still not dry. You remember these kind of brush strokes, the freshness. It's not because I painted it once and then I overthink that. These are because I decided to make them textured, right? And the painting got a little stale. That's why we're exaggerating and over-exaggerating, and that's why I go into my paintings over and over and over again and work on top of them, right? It's just a part of a part of a process that I feel comfortable. In. I wouldn't be worried that I'm overthinking it. What I would be worried definitely is just not being critical enough. Yeah, that would be probably something that I would be worried about, not being critical enough, because I think that's something that, and the critical, I mean, you don't want to be critical for sake of critiquing someone else's work. I'm talking about really looking at the problems. And I look at the problems with my painting, and I have to be honest, because I am convinced that my painting is honest with me. I placed the brushstroke, and my painting showed me, oh, this brushstroke doesn't work. You either have to repaint it or scrape it away. Those are two options. There is a third option that lurking on that sinister side, and that's that the brushstroke, it's okay. And therefore I don't need to address him. That's when you start thinking this way, I think that's a little bit more damaging and detrimental than actually being honest with yourself or overthinking things. Because overthinking, as I see it, especially with the painting, with overthinking, you are trying to internally argue with yourself that what you did, it's okay. And therefore you don't need to change it. That's how I think about overthinking in terms of painting. And I'm talking about the painting most of the time. And reading your reading what you wrote, it's again, you summed it up. It comes from our own insecurity of not. I don't want to say not that I'm not trust in myself. I know where the limitations are. And I see these limitations right in front of me right now in real life, and you can see them as well. But as we, experience multiple times with Bad Painting Fridays and with this painting as well, is that, if you work on it, you can always correct these mistakes. There is no way that you would not be able to correct them. It's just, it takes time, and sometimes it looks so far away. I remember when I started with this painting and I put a couple brush strokes at the beginning, I felt so good. Oh, this is going to be easy. Oh man, how I was wrong. How really wrong I was in estimating the time to be able to finish it, estimating the progress that I'm going to do, and especially I underestimated, or not underestimated, I overestimated my ability to resolve certain problems on the scale this big. Plus, when you put another twist into that equation, is that I really have a certain idea how this is supposed to look, and I'm not there. Not that I'm not there. I think I'm only halfway through where I want to be. And it's and this is what I think affects influence what your decision making. You remember how I didn't want to put the background there, and then I put it and I realized that it's not as I wanted, but it showed me that the blue background that was really, really blue, it showed me certain things and how far I can push the saturation. And then I covered it, I just paint all over these portraits that, I was laboring on. That's just the nature of painting. That's just something that we really have to push through, and that we really have to be honest. That's the difference between overthinking it in terms of convincing yourself that everything is okay, and overthinking, finding the real problems and that they're there with your painting. You know that feeling? I'm pretty sure that every one of us knows that feeling, that ever tried to do anything creative, because creativity does not have that, you can't punch the card from 9 to 4 or 9 to 5. It doesn't work that way. You have to be ready for that creativity, whether you're traveling like I, from where I live to where my studio is. It's a 45 minute by train. So I have a 45 minutes in the train where I can either analyze my painting, whether it's a photograph or thinking about it or going through all the information, just get refreshed into a studio. I still need 2 hours to get, to settle into that painting kind of a setup. And when you don't see me, I have my special robe that I put on that kind of force me into that mindset. It's like a doctors. Doctors put those white coats, and immediately you feel okay. It's a business time. It's just let's work. I switch it to and you could see me making fun of gloves. The gloves are on. The things are about to happen. They are still not on. You can see that they're not on because I'm hesitating with this. So let's put them on. Let's just put them on. And I'm just going to, again, we talk about that freshness and having some, and I'm just, there's behind this wall, it's a pile of mess that you don't want to see that I just, no, it's not a pile of mess. It's all the collectibles that I have, that I accumulated from yesterday, actually. Yeah, collectibles. Yeah. It's just, and I'm using, 2 gloves. So, 2 gloves are on. It's really about to go down right now. So get ready for this. And, if you're working on your work, perhaps, just leap of faith. You just, sometimes it's really about trusting yourself. And I know that it sounds like a cliche. It is cliche, probably. But there is some truth into it. There's really a little bit of truth into that cliche. And the fact is that I kind of feel that I have that knowledge to push this further. But since I am really at the edge of my own understanding of what's happening with this painting, that one step that I want to go do forward again, like he's doing, it's that, you know, leap, that all the knowledge that I accumulated about the painting, it's leading me towards, you know, that I'm on the right path. So let's grab some of these larger brushes, these bad boys. And maybe even larger ones. Where do I have the larger ones? This is a soft one. This is also a soft one. I need some... I don't have any... This has a texture. Okay, I have these. Oh, these are also soft. Never mind, I'm just going to use some of the soft ones. And maybe some is right here. Yep. So then I have right here. And palette knives. Okay, so let's get into these. And again, I'm just, you know, to old school palette setup with mainly with the standard pigments, ochres, umbers, siennas, and red is vermilion instead of cadmium. Yeah, it's serious. Two gloves. It's got to be. We have to create something. So I'm going to push him darker, like this guy in the background. And what I want to do, I also want to pull up that. Remember that. What was the? It was a stream. Was it the last week when we did that? Remember that I was talking about composition, I believe. We talked about Rembrandt, and I think it was. Did I actually save that? I hope I did. Remember, there was like that black silhouette that I did. Yeah, I got it. I found it. It's just I saved it as a JPEG image. So really, okay. But anyway, I can still see at least that that gesture that was important for me. So I'm just going to adjust his gesture a little bit, and I am going to try to do it with right now the dark pigment. But how dark do I have to get? Let's see. So I'm going to try to work with get a little bit more of this, the transparent green. And the reason why I want that transparent green there and the ochre, because I want to hit it with a little bit of red. Okay, and right now the touch of black. So what I want to, I'm looking right now for that kind of a darker value. And this would probably be a shadow if you think about it, but I want to work, I want to work with silhouette. So I'm going to punch it a little bit more. And since this looks dark right now on the palette, but I'm going to use it, you know, a little bit more. A little thinner. Remember yesterday I was showing that Vermeer, right? How he actually used really thin paint that kind of shined through. So let's see if this, so the shoulder, and again, this is important part. I am ready to do not necessarily something drastic. It's not drastic in the sense that, you know, it's just going to be crazy. It might seem like that, but I am making that educated guess. Or as, I don't know, for those of you who watched, you saw a Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm going to make educated wish. I really like that expression. It's going to be educated wish, and I'm just going to work on it a little bit. And I also realized right now that he has a kind of a small head, truth to be told. Yep. So his head needs to be a little bigger. Or am I tripping? I think I'm right. That as it goes up, and again, it might be because I'm not, no, I'm about his level. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to make this darker, but, and this is very important, I'm not focusing on him being dark. I don't really care what, well, I do care, but let me rephrase it. Him being darker, it's not about him, it's about this guy. So I'm adjusting surrounding areas and I'm treating them like a part of the painting, right? So I know that painting this area right here, it's going to affect him. Therefore, my primary focus would be adjusting this shoulder, but not by painting the shoulder, but painting surrounding areas. I hope that that makes sense. And if not, tell me that it doesn't, and I'll try to explain it one more time. But this is basically what I'm going to do. And the reason why I'm doing it, because right now, I want to play with the silhouette. I want to I want to separate my main character from the background. So if I have a light value right here, I need darker value in the background. So I divide I create that visual separation, something that, you know, those are edges. Every painter, every great master talks about this, you know, starting with Renaissance and ends with old nerddom. This might be a little too drastic. Nevertheless, we're going to proceed. And you remember how much how much time I spent with, you know, creating that. So not actually go the way that I wanted to, but that's okay. I'm not freaking out yet, because because I just started with that, right? So I put 2 or 3 brush strokes down. It doesn't really give me a clear picture of what's happening, right? So, and this is something that I remember that used to happen to me. Just a little adjustments here. Something that used to happen to me while I was in academy, that I placed the brush stroke and I didn't like it, only because I didn't finish the idea behind that brush stroke, right? So it kind of it felt like it didn't make sense. Let's soften it here. Okay. You have to give yourself enough information to judge it properly. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm doing what I said that I'm going to do. I'm going to push his shoulder forward with that harder edge and lighter transition, and I'm going to push the bottom part, the elbow, into a background. So I'm connecting these two together, right? Like so. So he's slightly darker. Cool. And that means that I can push this a little darker as well. Let me just grab it because I want a softer, I need a softer brush. And I could actually adjust this, and maybe this could get a little darker, and not necessarily darker, perhaps a little more saturated. So let's pump that saturation. Let's grab that. Vermilion, a little bit of this, because it was too saturated. Yep. Lost edge. Remember I talked about that Vermeer, that you remember the nail that was in that wall in the background. That kind of a penumbrum effect. So I was, I was playing with that different those different shapes, different maybe I could make this a little more. prominent as well. So I have that movement with that shoulder. I'm going to show that perhaps this a little bit more. So there could be a shadow that starts right here. Which again, since this is a kind of an outdoor scene, even though it's not outdoor necessarily, it's like a kind of an allegory, I need to push certain certain shadows. And I'm doing again, I know that they are cooler, so I'm making them warmer right now, and then I'm going to make them cooler again. Because I want that transparency and that, you know, that transparency, and rather than thinking about the shadow warm or cool, I want them to relate one another with value. But you remember yesterday also I was demonstrating that the light, it's the one that doesn't change compared to shadows, because shadows are influenced by everything around it. Since, you know, in the physical world, or the way how our eye perceives things, a sun is the strongest light that is there in nature, right? There's nothing stronger in nature than the sunlight. We have, you know, light bulbs and lasers and so on and so forth, you know, which can generate a stronger, more powerful. Well, and it's also because of a distance, right? So closer to the sun, probably, you know. But on planet Earth, the sun is the strongest light source when it comes to nature, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm thinking about the light, especially in their era, because they didn't have electricity and strong light sources. They might have created some, you know, like with the mirrors, right? I think that they were talking about the Greek powerful weapons. That one of them was just the play with the mirrors, that they kind of focus the sun rays into one spot, something like a magnifying glass. But I don't know if that was confirmed, or, you know, or not. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that since I have a light source, which is the main or the strongest, which is the sun, which is the strongest, I have to think about these shadows, like they're changing based on, you know, the surrounding environment, right? So if I'm thinking about simply just a sky being a blue, so everything outside in the shadows should be blue. That's true to extent, because it depends on other factors, and that is, let's say in the area right here, there is a blue sky, yes, but there is also a skin that reflects into the clothes, right? So it's kind of a slightly warming it up, and therefore the shadows look a little bit more neutral. And by layering warm and cool, I'm trying to create that kind of a neutral but really saturated pigment. And then again, I talk about these soft edges all the time, but soft edge does not necessarily mean that it's just a mushy, undefined edge. It just means that you are not, making, how would I put this? Because you need to have some clarity even with the soft edges. That's something that Rembrandt talks about a lot, right? And again, I'm not repainting anything here. I am adding more and more interesting information to create more convincing environment. And I don't really have any reference, so I am really I'm basing this, and the reason why I don't have any, why I don't have any other picture. Well, I'm looking at the Rembrandt here, but the reason why I don't have it is because exactly what we talked about before, and that's that I want to keep it fresh. So I don't want to be influenced by details that this is the shoulder. So this is how I have to render it, and if I render it right now, it's going to be okay. No, right now I'm looking at the entirety of my painting. I don't care about the details right now. I'm talking really strictly about the entirety of the painting, right? So I'm moving my eyes back and forth, and you see me actually standing outside of the frame, and I'm sorry I can't put my camera there, but there's a little bit of space that I still have behind. And I'm looking at my painting from the maximum distance. And also there's a mirror right here, and I'm looking into a mirror reflection. It's just, out of the frame, because the closer I am to a mirror, the smaller the painting is. I'm sorry, that's not true. I should probably be right here if I want to see the smallest. The other way around. Yeah, I said it properly. So the closer I am to a mirror, the smaller is the painting, because of the position. I'm sorry. And I need to see that reflection. So the whole painting, I know that I'm playing with this shoulder, but you have to understand that this shoulder, it's going to affect the hands, and hands are going to affect the direction, and this direction is just going to affect this area right here, because I'm looking at that, and then the whole composition goes, right? So that's that freshness that we talked about. So not get caught into the detail and overthink it. I'm not overthinking it, but I have to take into consideration other parts of the painting as well. I cannot neglect them. And I am designing my own shapes, right? We talked about the composition. We talked about the difference between composition and design. And right now I am designing within the boundaries of the composition. I'm making it a little bit more how I want it to be. And it takes time. But I'm slowly trying to bring that. You see, I'm pushing this area right here a little darker, and it slowly dissolves into a lighter value. And the reason is because I wanted to show that atmospheric perspective. I don't want to show the hard edges, because hard edges and hard and dark cast shadows are kind of resembles that studio lighting. It's not artificial. It's not. It's artificial. It is not natural to see such a strong shadows in the nature. But in some areas, I have to push them darker only because I want more clarity. Like let's say right here, I want to show that this is in the shadow, but it's still a little bit more forward to us. So I have a darker occlusion right here. And same goes for this. I'm probably going to push it even more here. And by even more, I don't mean that I'm going to go darker. I don't think I'm going to go darker. I'm just going to create that that contrast between something that is a little bit more saturated and transparent, right? So that higher saturation and a lighter application or thinner application gives me a little bit more of that reflection. And I can even see it when I'm looking at the mirror reflection. The problem is right now that I see the light reflection that goes from the window. It makes it like, it makes it like a highlight, especially in this area. I placed it this way. So probably I think this makes it even worse. No, not really. It's okay. And I lost some clarity in the figure in the back. That is true, but the fact that I lost the clarity in this figure gave me more information here and for your eye. So I don't want you to examine his, whatever. It's whatever he is, because he supports and holds composition together, rather than being a main protagonist in the composition. He has his role, right? I mentioned that because he's closer to us. He's going to hold some things. That's all true, but he cannot overpower the figures in the front, because then he's going to stand out and I'm going to break that atmospheric perspective. A little bit of I'm trying to unify this a little bit more, because it was disconnected. It was too much of a in the shadows. There are too many transitions, and they don't feel coherent. So I'm just unifying them right now. And they're still going to have that, play between dark and light, light and dark. That's all happening there. It's just they're going to. I need them to be a little closer to each other. And then I can hit it here a little bit more, right? To create a little bit more of that. Again, this is not, I don't want this to be hard edge. I want this to be soft edge, but defined one, right? Because there's a little bit of occlusion there. I want to show that, that sits somewhere like that. And these are really, really small adjustments, small, more like a, like the areas for your eye to, and maybe darken this a little bit. So I'm creating that kind of a gradation, right? So it feels like it's inside in depth. So it has that three-dimensional quality, and I should push the same thing right here. So what I'm doing right now, in other words, perhaps, make it a little bit more understandable, I am organizing my values in terms of in regards to shadow hierarchy, if that makes sense. That means that what I'm doing right now, I am thinking about the form and how it goes from dark to light, how it curves right here, right? And I'm thinking about, this is going to sound strange, but I'm thinking about Michelangelo. And the reason why I'm thinking about Michelangelo is that well, I will tell you in a second. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Just a second. Continue working, by the way. The fact that I'm gone, it doesn't mean that you're not continue working. All right? Deal? Deal. Okay, I am back. I'm sorry, I just went to get a little bit more um, hot water for my tea because it's really cold in my studio. Um, and what was I talking about? I think I was talking about some edges. I think I was talking about Michelangelo, right? Yeah, Michelangelo. I remember. Um, so I was talking about the hierarchy of shadows, and not necessarily about the hierarchy in terms of like which shadow is more powerful than the other. Not even about the which one is more important than the other, but more about how can you think about them. And we have two types of shadow. Well, three. Let's call them three, but some of you might argue that we have only two. But I'm gonna divide shadows into three categories. Let me put it that way. And it's a form shadow, it's a cast shadow, and then there is the occlusion. Probably, yeah. And the reason I didn't know about the occlusion. I didn't even pay attention to that while I was studying. At the academy, I didn't pay attention to occlusion because I didn't know that it exists. I really didn't. I didn't know what it is. I didn't understand why should I care about it, because I didn't know that it exists. And then I think I was sculpting a what was it? I think it was a fragment. I think it was either eye or ear of a David. No, it was eye of a David. My sculpting master or sculptor he incredible sculptor, David Simon. Awesome, really powerhouse when it comes to knowledge. So I was sculpting in his. He was teaching in our studio. He was one of the staff members, or the faculty members rather. I'm sorry. And I was sculpting, and then when you do these copies, because I remember the program was you do a copy of David's eye with drawing, then you do monochromatic version of David's eye, and then you do full color in a paint. That was a one set, and then for the sculpting you did the copy of the eye as well to understand the form. And then you could, if you were like a digital artist, you could do a digital sculpture, digital copy of the Eye of David, and then also digital painting. And I know that sculpting was like really important for me. Like that's just no doubt about that. It was really important part of that education. And I really enjoyed it. What I'm getting into is that I was sculpting that eye, and it was like a real, like a real size of an eye, right? So it was like the eye was like this big, A real size, I mean, it was it was way bigger than actual human eye, but it was 1-to-1 with David's eye, proportionally, right? So it was the same size as the sculpture of David in Florence. And I remember that the eyelid, the upper eyelid, when I was sculpting it, I could actually put the whole, almost the whole hand, like it felt like putting, like I could touch the eyeball from behind. That's how deep that curve was there. And I thought, I just couldn't comprehend the reason behind that. And we discussed this with David Simon, and he was talking about values when it comes to, I think that, well, it was a really long time ago, so I hope that I'm not butchering his ideas, or, you know, I'm just saying something. Well, let's keep him out of the equation. My understanding about this was that in sculpting, you don't have a values, like let's say in painting that, you know, I have a something, you know, I have a white pigment, so I have a titanium white, and I have a dark pigment, I have a, you know, I have ivory black. And as I mix them together, I can make it lighter and darker based on the mixtures. In drawing, we have the same thing. Something that it's, you know, that we want to make it darker, we press harder or we apply more a medium. In sculpting, you don't have this, but you have to think about light. And the idea behind the really deep crescent, you know, that almost you could kind of reach behind the eye. And I know I don't know if this is real with the sculpture David, because I've never been so close to it, rather to touch it and just go behind. I have to believe that that's what's happening. It was so deep because what Michelangelo was thinking about is that if I want to create a darker value, and I am in Italy where everything is made out of a marble and reflecting a lot of light, including this sculpture, I need to trap the light, or I need to trap that, you know, I need to separate the light from the darkest darks, the accents, by not allowing it to reflect and bounce back as a reflected light. So he really dug into that eye, like into that eyelid so deep, so the light would not bounce back and wouldn't create any reflected light, therefore illuminating and making the value lighter than that Michelangelo wanted to. This is how occlusion was introduced to me in actual practice. And then I was thinking, oh, so this is what is happening with paint and with the sculptures, because sometimes when you examine the sculpture, you're like, why is this so deep? It looks good, but why do you have to go really deep into this? Because Michelangelo was trying to create accents. I mean, how awesome this is. Is it just me? That it's so excited about such a, you know, like it sounds stupid, I know, but I just got so excited about it. It was just such a revolutionary moment for me. And that's something that really, really stuck with me to this day. And it's also sad because, you know, Michelangelo is just, you know, whenever I talk about Michelangelo, it just wants to makes me stop doing everything that I do, because that's just, you know, looking at the body of work of Michelangelo, it's just, I would probably need 3 other lives to get to that level. So yeah, occlusion is something that I'm working on right now. But you have to be careful with this because it's really, it's kind of a, you have to really understand what you're doing with these occlusions, only because they are really powerful, but they can create a lot of problems. Overdoing it and bringing attention to places where you don't want it to. And then again, it could be like the problem might be with the sharpness and softness of these edges. And when you look at, let's say, on Rembrandt's paintings, right, you can see these ideas just, you know, being applied. Let's say the painting that I'm looking at right now, the risen Christ, what is this? Yeah, the risen Christ appearing to Mary Magdalene. I am looking at a figure that is standing there, and there is a shadow that is really light, and there is a shadow that is really dark. The one shadow is the shadow that is being illuminated, or that has a lot of reflection, and then there is another shadow that looks like an occlusion rather than shadow itself, because the whole other half of his body, it's in the shadow. So it's just it's almost, when I'm looking at the Rembrandt, like he thinks about, oh, so I have a part, let's talk about it. I have a part that is lit by the sunlight, and this, I want this to be, I don't know, I want to create a diagonal with light right here. So I'm not going to break that a diagonal with the dark shadow, let's say, that I have on the other side. I'm going to make it lighter, way lighter than the shadow on this side is. But then to create the other step, or another level of interest and depth, I'm going to push the occlusions even more on this side. So he has, you know, darkest occlusions on one side, then he has a dark shadow, then he has a shadow that is being heavily illuminated by a reflection, and then he has just a really, really, really thin or smooth and soft transitions into a light. That's Rembrandt. And then you trying to do it, and it looks like garbage. Or not you. And then I am trying to do it, and it looks like a garbage. Yeah, I connected it right now. That's kind of okay. That's good. Maybe a little bit here. Just a touch. A little bit here. Maybe it can go a little darker to create a little bit more interest here. Cool. And right now I have to deal with this. So I want to show that that difference between shadow, the cast shadow that is being casted by this arm on the torso area and a stomach area right here. This is probably the torso. So on the torso, or the lower part of the rib cage right here. But I also want to show a cast shadow that is right on this a sleeve that is kind of bunched right here. And I have to decide on hierarchy of these shadows. Am I going to push this shadow darker? But then I don't have any darker shadows for the occlusions anymore because I'm very close to the darkest value that I can create. And these are the decisions that you have to not only figure it out, but you have to answer them. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's multiple ideas how to deal with it and what to do when it comes to these problems, but you have to be careful because right now, even when I'm looking at my figures, I'm again getting back to that kind of a monochrome painting when I have this almost the same value and the same hue. So this kind of feels like it's a shadow as well. And I don't want this to feel like a shadow. I want the feel to be like a fabric that it's darker. So this would be probably a time I'm just going to open my library and with photo references, and I'm going to check. Actually, let me open a Google Arts and Culture, I'm sorry, and let me check that Vermeer that we talked about last time. Let me see how Vermeer actually dealt with this particular problem. I have dirty hands, never mind. Okay, well. Vermeer. And I'm going to search for Vermeer's painting that actually works with figures and with light blue and then desaturated blue. Okay. And I'm looking for these hierarchies right now. That's something that, and you should do the same thing with your work if you are in the same, if you have the same problem that I do. Yeah, so I have to address this a little bit more. Perhaps I could push it with a with a slightly. And this is again like a little experiment, I know. But let me see what's gonna happen. perhaps a little lighter. So what I'm trying to do is that, I'm trying to create right now a little lighter base, cooler base for the halftones and the transition, not halftones, reflected light, because I have the kind of a desaturated, kind of a bluish hue into his, in his garment, in his clothes, right? Even though it's just it's mostly black. So I want to create these reflections which they are going to be still soft transitions into light, but since I'm going to play, you remember yesterday I was talking about that interplay between the shadows. And by interplay, I mean, I was talking about that milkmaid, right? And she was that kind of a, the transitions in these shadows, that it was warm, it was cool, it was blue, it was green, it was red, and it was just, one thing was affecting another, right? So Vermeer was taking into consideration every kind of a, reflection of the environment in that shadow. So I'm putting like almost like a unexpected amount of blue into these shadows, but since it's transparent and I have a really warm underpainting or underlayer underneath that, it does not really register as a blue. But as you get back, you see like it's like blue, but then it's like warm. It's neutral, and I want to keep that shadows neutral. I want to reserve some of these like a really super saturated areas in the shadows for that occlusion, which I can push it, I can keep it the same value, but bring that, like warm, saturated, let's say redness into it, so it kind of, pops into that space. And then also the opposite, the very cool areas of the shadow, again super saturated. I want to reserve these for reflected light. I'm sorry, I'm just painting, and I have a, as you know, hard time to focus on that. So again, I'm going back to that idea that I was talking about, because it's all about the relationships and between. Oh, sun disappeared? Yeah, man, I'm sorry. That's the. It's still kind of a light outside, but I can feel that the sun doesn't have that kind of a power, and it's really kind of it feels kind of dark here as well. So maybe in some areas, let's see what's going to happen. I can push it maybe even lighter. This is going to be fun. I'm going to add a little bit of this here. And this might seem like really light for shadows, I know, but these are outside shadows, and I'm going to use it as a transition because I want that penumbrum effect that we talked about again with the Vermeer. So I'm thinking about this as a kind of a imagine this like a half tones for shadows, if that makes sense. I don't even know how to say that. And I'm using it, and I know that we're not supposed to do this. You know, they would tell you in the academy or in the school that you're not supposed to use white for glazing. But I'm not glazing. I'm just applying a thin layer of paint. In shadows. Where there's a difference between scambling, it's a good question though. There's a difference between scambling and glazing. Scambling is when you're applying a thick paint, not thick paint, scamble, well this really thin paint that I have right here, there's just a little bit of paint. Where do we have some of our, let's do a little demonstration. We have these. Where's my $1 million portrait? Well, there it is. So let's have a little fun, shall we? So this, is it visible there? Yeah, it's visible. So I have a lot of medium in my pigment, and I'm just going to place this. So this would be glaze. I'm just going to soften it because I'm using a, so this would be glaze. So I glazed a little bit of, little thin coat of paint that is that it's not, I used the, let me just do a better example because I think it's going, the demonstration was not really, where's my, there it is. So glazing you would want to do okay, so I'm going to grab, maybe not even this. Where are my, there it is, okay. Just the best example. So I'm going to grab the transparent pigment, which is that transparent green, warm green that I was talking about. It's really, really transparent. So this would be a glaze. I'm trying to get rid of the excess pigment there. And you can lift it even a little bit more just to make it really, really soft transition. So this would be the glaze right now. You can see how it transitions from, like, let's say from here to here, and you can really make soft transitions even between these two layers. So this would be the glaze when I'm glazing. Dry brush, it's when you take a, and I'm using soft brush for glazing and stiff kind of an old brush for scambling. And I'm going to grab the same pigment, so I'm going to grab that green. And right now I am going to dry brush, or and another way scamble. So this would be a scamble. And the difference would be that with glazing, I'm creating one continuous surface with a thin layer of paint. Usually we use transparent pigments on for this. Whereas scambling or dry brush on top, you see how, I don't know if it's visible, but there it's a little bit of pigment that kind of is being grabbed by the tooth or the surface of a canvas. And then there are these spaces in between that they are not covered. So that will create that, that idea of layering. You can push it even further, and that's, you know, when you use these different tools, you can scratch into it. Or hatch into it rather, and create completely different, completely different, and I don't know if this is, I'm trying to find if you see it, completely different texture there, right? So we have so many options when it comes to, you know, creating textures. Or, you know, illusions rather. Because there's a, I don't really know, I think that glazing, it's the direct opposite of dry brush. Some say that you use glazing only in the shadows because that gives you that transparency and depth. I think that's true, again, into the extent of the fact that glazing was used in the light because they wanted to build up the richness of the color because pigments were not as strong. Today, since we have a rich pigments, you don't need to glaze because you can direct paint with cadmiums, and they give you luminosity that and brightness, and, you know, at the light value and brightness that, I don't know, like a yellow ochre would never, you would never be able to get it with yellow ochre. So it's not used as much these days, but I think it's still a powerful tool to understand. And especially if you paint the way that I do, that, you know, you're, it's like a direct, indirect painting, because I use all these techniques. It's not really, it's not really time efficient, but I can create effects that direct painters cannot simply create, because it works with scraping the layer that is underneath, which is possible only if if you work with layers. Alla prima effect won't ever give you this result, or at least I yet to see or experience it myself in alla prima paintings. Perhaps it exists. I was not able to see it or achieve it. And you can see how right now, adding that blue there, it almost feels like there is an atmosphere there. Before it was just a dark shadow. Right now, it almost feels like it has a depth. And the reason is that, you know, I didn't glaze the transparent pigment there. I just harmonized the color properly. What do I mean by that? I was thinking about the hue rather than the color. I'm going to talk about hue of garment or fabric. And I know that the fabric is being affected by warmth of his body and everything that's reflecting from his body, but also the coolness from the sky dome that it's right there, plus another warmth that goes from the ground, because ground is green, so it's just pushing that warmth into the shadows. So it's kind of a weird effect when you think about it, that you would have a cube, right? Let's say that you have a cube, and you see a bottom plane of that cube. You see bottom plane of the cube, and we are outside in that like kind of outside environment, right? And you would put this cube slightly above, let's say, like a wood, like a really freshly cut wood. So what would happen is that the shadow that is being cast by that, and this is something that you can observe actually in Vermeer, that the shadow that it's being cast by the cube on the surface that it's laying above, it's going to be, I believe, maybe I'm imagining this, or how I think about this, would be bluer or cooler. I would say bluer in hue, because it's affected by the sky dome. Whereas the shadow that it's right here on the bottom plane of that cube would be affected, the reflection of the light that is reflecting from whatever surface it's underneath that. So when you think about the dividing or getting closer to nature, you have to really think about these reflections, because these reflections are part of that a feeling of something is being placed in the real physical world, because this is something that we see every day, we just don't think about it. So that's when I said that, the color of the cube, it's not going to be affected by a reflection. The shadow is going to be affected by a reflection. Therefore, shadows are the parts of a painting that are not consistent. I don't know if this makes sense. Maybe it doesn't. And this is part of that, that what I talk about all the time is that, just these ideas are strictly philosophical. Or not philosophical, they're theoretical. I'm sorry, theoretical, that's the word that I'm looking for. And, answers to these theories are only in practice. You have to paint it there, you have to see it happening in front of your eyes to believe that that's what's happening. And there is a plenty of other ways how to create these illusions. I like to do them with layering. And the better you are with observing these things or understanding them, the easier for you it's going to create these beautiful transitions, and not only transitions, these beautiful representation of, you know, like some of these beautiful landscapes that I see are just like, the color is mesmerizing. It's just, I'm like, what is happening here? How did they achieve this? It's just, you know. Some are observation, and some is just a knowledge, understanding what's happening there. And when you combine these two, oh, you are just, you're going to dominate the game. And if you are great with, you know, if you're a great draftsman, so you can quickly, you know, put down the shapes. And if you know how to design these shapes and then compose them in a pleasing way, you're Rembrandt. So it's that easy. See? It is that easy. And these are things that, you know, they did not teach me these things in the school. There is no school that would teach you these things, unless you are, you know, unless you are studying privately with the master that really understands. And I have to say, I was fortunate to meet few of these masters. But I have to say that 90% of a painting, it's about self-educating yourself. Self-educating yourself. I don't even think that that's a correct sentence, but you know what I mean. And again, in the spirit of, you know, that idea of pushing things into a background, I am, you know, darkening that area of the arm only because I wanted to recede into a background, right? And I'm going to punch this a little bit more saturated around here, this area. So it will nicely connect. Maybe I should push this pole a little bit more saturated. And then again, I made this warm, then I made it cool, then I made it warm again, and right now I'm here and I'm making it like that penumbrum effect, like really kind of dissolve that cast shadow. Because I remember that, you know, when you think about, you know, from a, and this is something that I see a lot in a digital artist, that they make, you know, these really harsh cast shadows. And I don't know if it's a, I guess it's because it's difficult to make the soft shadow in Photoshop. I don't know. Or I guess it's because, you know, most of the artists they're aiming for that kind of a graphic effect rather than just you know, that atmospheric perspective. Actually, that makes way more sense than what I said. So I'm taking it back. Don't even listen to me. I know nothing. So I should have a little bit, you know, longer disclaimers. Let me just neutralize it a little bit there. A little lighter. I'm creating these transitions. But softer, because I want that, that effect that Vermeer created in that, area with the nail. Because there is no difference between that nail and then the cast shadow that arm is casting. And this takes time. Not only figure it out, and especially if you have a lot of figures and a lot of light bouncing around. And that's, when you think about Vermeer, right? He did what? 20 paintings? 50 in total? So it's not as easy as it looks. A little bit of that shadow right here. And then softening this edge right here. And then we can maybe push it really hard. A little bit more. I need to saturate it a little bit more. So I'm throwing yellow, the little bit of the cut yellow that I have here, not because I want to turn it green, but because I want to saturate that white pigment. And then I'm going to slowly mix it into that blue, which is black and because I'm trying to create that, front plane, side plane, and bottom plane, or top plane, depends on the orientation of the cube. And I'm slowly bringing back to, that kind of all these lost edges that are around there. And, coming back to what we talk about all the time is that these adjustments right now, this is purely aesthetics. This has, well, not purely, well, I'm lying there. But they have to be aesthetically pleasing. You can't just, sit down and render perfect garment. I am trying to create that kind of interest around here, so I'm focusing a lot of my attention around this area. Yeah. So let's push it maybe here a little bit more. And then perhaps this top area right here has to be lighter. Maybe this, even lighter. Creating these not necessarily dots, but the pathway for the light right there. And I'm using Vermeer as my guide. Because I don't want just that, you know, the silhouette just be lost completely. I just want to still create a volume there, right? So instead of pushing light values here, it's going from dark to light and dark again into dissolve into a shadow. Which gives me that kind of a feeling that it recedes into a background. So I'm basically right now, I'm modeling the form, but I am modeling this form according to a composition. Because that's what's important for me, composition. And then maybe, since we are here, I should push this a little more. And making that pole a little lighter, right around there. And I think I should make it a little thicker. So it's going here and here behind his hair. Because I want it to be there, but I don't want it to overpower other things. Right? And then I can bring even more light into there. Make this a little darker. just creating a volume. By adding, that what we talked about, that, as the form rolls away from us, it's just getting darker and darker. And a little bit more saturation, yep. So that kind of goes behind his head into that. Oh, don't, you can look at my, and I'm just, right now, I started to, I know that it was a quiet here, and I started to talk. I'm referring to your comment right now, and you remember, look at me, I have barely any paint there. I did not paint that much today. I could paint, I could sit down and start painting and painting and painting, but this is the stage. We are at the same stage. The reason why you get to the stage quicker is because it's a smaller setup. But this is the time for you to make these adjustments, and not adjustments, decisions. And it takes time. And naturally, you might feel like you're procrastinating, but that's not about procrastinating. It's about analyzing it and, finding that courage to make these adjustments that you know that you have to do. And it's okay. It's okay. It's part of a painting. You shouldn't think about this, that you are not painting. You are painting. Look at me. I barely paint today, but it's just sometimes it needs to be done. And again, I said that I'm going to work on the hands, and I didn't even touch the hands today. I went into shadows. And it's not because I didn't want it to work on the hands. It's just there are other adjustments that, took priority. I don't, here's the thing with that procrastination and not doing anything. You are not the first one who's telling me this. For some reason, I'm probably lazy, so that's why I don't care about procrastination. But you can't really be serious and say that you are procrastinating if you are actually. And that's, again, I have to go back to David Simon, because this is what he taught me. This is 100% his idea. He taught me that, and I kept it till this day. Actually, no, I rediscovered what he was talking about, or actually, I understood what he was talking about maybe 2-3 months ago. And it's also thanks to these painting discourses. He told me that he comes to the studio every day, every morning, And there are days when he's just sitting and staring at his work. And he's completely fine with it because that's the part of the process. It's not procrastination. It's deep analysis. But here's the thing, if you just sitting in the studio and, I don't know, thinking about going outside for a walk, do rather that, because you're not going to paint anything, you're not thinking about painting. Why being in the studio? Go outside, take a walk, enjoy the beautiful day, and that will refresh you to maybe come tomorrow and paint more. It's just something that I remember David Simon, he said, like, I come to studio every day at 8 a.m. and I think that he mentioned that and that's why I remember that, because when I was in the United States, I used to listen to NPR radio. And he said that he said that he comes, he didn't mention NPR, but he mentioned that he comes to his studio. And I hope that it was him who I was talking to. I'm pretty sure it was him. And he mentioned that he comes to his studio, he just, comes at 8, and whether he works or he doesn't, he's there every day. Because that's his job, that's what he's supposed to do, right? And I think it had like profound impact on me in terms that, that's absolutely true. You can't really think, you are naive, I believe, if you think that you can come to studio and start just creating cool art. That's not what's happening. Well, actually, it's not what's happening to me, that's for sure. Well, I did this. At one point, you have to do it because that's just the only way how to deal with this. At one point, you really would have. There's just no way around this. I'm sorry. I think I would like to tell you that it is, but it isn't. That it isn't. And then again, you are not the first one. I have a lot of colleagues that they have a similar problem, that they think that if they are not doing anything, they are not painting or participating or it's just wasting your time. How can you even think that way? I don't even know where to start, how unacceptable that is for me, because it's just your brain cannot function 100% of the time. It cannot work. What I'm trying to say, it cannot work 24/7 in 100% capacity. It's just simply not possible. And then why don't you, let's say, like, why don't you go for a walk and just observe people, observe everything that we were talking about today in real life and in nature, and try to see it whether or not you see it or not. Maybe write down some thoughts. Again, when I have this problem, I go into my local cafe and I sit down and then write down all the bad feelings that I have. I just write it down and it's there, and then, it doesn't matter that nobody heard that, but it's there. And you are not obligated to anybody, to create, work of art worth millions every day. No one expects you to do that. You're putting too much pressure on yourself, unnecessary. And that's what's holding you back, I think. And I'm saying this because this is what I observe on myself, and also even easier it's to see in other people. And trust me, you go outside and you're working, you're doing landscape, right? The right thing to do when you think about your landscape is being outside and seeing what's happening in the nature. And then another step would be, I am having a coffee, I open the book, and or tea, and I'm just looking through the pictures, and you might think that you are procrastinating. No, you're doing research. You're simply doing research, and I am a big, I don't have an Instagram, I don't have a Facebook, I can barely manage Twitch and X right now, only because I want to, let other people know when I'm not online on what's happening. I have a hard time with that, but I'm a big proponent, or user rather, not even proponent, a user of Pinterest. I mean, I can go through pictures on Pinterest forever. Forever. And if you go out for a walk, you're not going to miss the stream, because it's still, the whole library, it's on YouTube. For those of you who cannot make these times or dates, it's on YouTube. And I think that Twitch saved this. I think it's VODs, videos on demand. If I'm not mistaken, it's the proper term for I think 7 days or 5 days. So you're not missing anything. And the other thing is, this is more about me talking rather than just paint by numbers. So you just I use these open air headphones or over ear or whatever they call, and just put it as some kind of a listening background. You don't need to, you don't need to push yourself into this kind of a, the thought of you're procrastinating, because then you're just going to run around all the time on 100, and at one point you're just going to collapse, and then 2 weeks you're going to do nothing, and then you're going to be even more stressed, because you're going to be like, oh, I'm sick right now and I cannot work. It's just a never-ending story of this. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. I mean, trust me, there are days that I am here streaming because I know you're going to be here. So it's fun. It's just, but I found, purpose in just sharing this information, and I want to continue with that. So, if you miss something today, you come tomorrow, you ask me, and I'll repeat it for you. So, it's just nothing harmful is going to happen, and you should enjoy yourself, because these sessions, these ideas, and this painting discourse, it's not about me having 1 million subscribers. That's not, who cares about that? Well, maybe if this is your primary job, but I'm a painter, I'm not an entertainer. This is not the source of my income, and I never thought of that. There are no paywalls here, nothing. So, you can always, come, you can, hang out, we can talk, we can discuss your art. And if you want to, maybe I don't think I can do it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow if you want to. We can just look at your work together, and we can just, if you allow me to, and we can do some, brainstorm together directly to your painting, just to get you started with some other ideas, not, to. Yeah, see, this is, or I know I saw your pictures. Maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure, because I have to go to that client that I have that commission that I have to start, and it has to be finished. Actually, it has to be on a display. That means that it has to dry at least a day or two. I think it's December 16. So I have like two weeks, maybe 3 weeks to paint that painting, that portrait. So tomorrow I'm going there to talk to that person that I'm making a portrait, because he's going to explain to me things about the costume, our traditional folk costume. And maybe we can, I want to do some sketches. I want to do some creative work. It's difficult to do it online, because there's just, me sitting quietly and staring into a abyss. But I can do some, maybe tomorrow we can do I can do like a digital landscape, maybe. Why not? And show you what I think. And I'm not good when it comes to landscapes, but here's the thing: it doesn't really matter if it's a landscape, still life, portrait, historic painting, or like whatever that is, because composition. So we're just going to talk about the composition. We're just going to have a little fun. It's Sunday, no one wants to work on Sunday, so we're just gonna drink tea or coffee, just chilling. So no pressure. I can do a bed painting Friday on Sunday. What do you think? That might be cool. So, but I cannot promise anything because it's because I have to get to the place, and it's the opposite direction than my studio is. So it's kind of a little hustle. But I have to go to studio anyway, because I have to bring these things. So I might as well turn on the computer and start stream. And I'll do a little landscape inspired by your landscape, and it's gonna be fun. So just chill. You can just go out for a walk, have fun, leisure time, enjoy the beautiful Saturday. Push the shoulder lighter right here. Push it forward even more, and then I have to lighten and saturate it. And I'm going to connect these right now, So I'm gonna go almost like dissolve the edge all the way here and then hit the arm right here, the fist or the hand rather, knuckles. Yeah, oh, do that, yeah. And you know, when you're gonna put leftovers on your canvas, you know, paint something with those leftovers. Just, you know, with the palette knife as I did. It's gonna be fun. Trust me, it's gonna be fun. No pressure, no worries, nothing. You know, what's gonna happen is underpainting. What worst can happen with underpainting or, you know, covering the surface? Nothing's gonna happen. It's just, this is really, and I know I promise you not to be philosophical, but since, you know, I can't change the nature of my, of my processing, the problem is not with the painting that we have most of the time. The problem is with that social pressure that, oh, I have to do this, I have to do that. Michelangelo probably, I don't know, you know, Michelangelo would sculpt and sculpt. I don't think so. I think that he needed a break and, you know, he was writing poems. He was, you know, dissecting dead bodies, you know. So he had plenty of other ways to distract his brain a little bit. Yeah, definitely. You know what? Send me those abstract creations, and tomorrow I use them as a base for that digital painting. What do you say? That might be cool. You know. Let's do that. Let's just, you know, and I'll show you that. It's just, you know, you can freestyle as long as you are willing to, you know, unlock that creativity, which every one of us really have. I truly believe that we all have this creativity. It's just, if, you know, if you are the same, you know, I don't want to butcher someone else's perfect lecture on creativity and how we were taught out of creativity in school. I'm referring to that Ken Robinson, Sir Ken Robinson TED Talk from, I don't know, 8 years ago. I think that we discussed this previously. And I recommend everybody who's watching this stream, either it's live or, you know, in afterwards, to watch that Ken Robinson. I try to link that his video. I'll put it on X. If I find that, if I won't forget, and if I forget, remind me. I'll do it during the stream tomorrow. I have to say though, if I'm going to stream tomorrow, it's probably going to be around 2, because there is no way that I will be able to come sooner. Because of, you know, I'm right now taking into consideration the time where we're supposed to meet and the distance from where I'm going to get to. I need at least 1 hour. That's what he told me. That's just like a, you know, the hour. I have to take pictures. I have to take that those materials, and you know, we can do some preliminary sketches of that those instruments. Maybe do some, maybe we can do some still life as well with those instruments. That would be cool, right? So see, and it's just, you know, this is already ideas flowing. You just, you know, you just have to, you know, let them go. And you have to tell me, what does it mean, OPK, because I don't know what that short means. I'm sorry. I'm really, right now, I think that Aika, she was she was correct when she said that I look like a teacher, because I feel really old. And my tea got cold again. So the brief intermission was not was not needed. See, this would be like this texture, this kind of a, I almost feel like when I'm looking at this pigment right now, this is what I observe in that, you know, in that vermeer. You mean like the OPK means okay? Or is it just me interpreting what you're saying wrong way? Okay, so there would be a really kind of a light area right here. I need to raise this a little bit. And I'm really playing with a like extremely a thin layer of paint, and I'm kind of a, like, you see like how this is really kind of a runny, almost unusable, but then it kind of nicely melts together in kind of almost like a watercolor. It's real, like a weird illusion. And I think that it kind of resembles that Stefanik portrait that I have right here. Milan Rastislav Stefanik is one of a, you know, like national heroes. So it kind of, when I zoom it in, well, zoom in when I put it here. So it kind of looks similar to this. I don't know if it's just kind of, it's picking up that glare. Hopefully you can see it right now. So, you know, see this kind of like a imperfect, and this was not created by thin pigment. This is the pigment that I mixed with that homemade medium that I did with calcite and stand oil, or actually, you know, sun-dried linseed oil. Remember, I showed you that. It's a stand oil. This one, the kind of a really, it looks almost like a honey. Maybe push it a little here. And these are, I don't think that, you know, spots are correct. I think these are specific shapes of light that Vermeer observed. Some say that, you know, it was just camera obscura. I don't think that it was just a camera obscura. And the reason why I don't think that it was camera obscura, it's not, it's very, I shall say that it's very simple, and it is simple, and it's basically because if you give untrained person a camera, he or she or they are not going to make a really good photographs. It doesn't, compositionally. I mean, technically they can do great, but compositionally, because you have to have you have to train your eye, you have to be, present. You have to be, let's say, outside. You have to be, like, you have to understand what's happening with elements and how to position yourself and where to stand and how to, how to manipulate certain or distort certain views or focus on certain things. So I not that I disagree with. I saw that. I don't know if you've seen that documentary about Vermeer. Some random guy, like rich guy, decided to paint like a Vermeer because of the idea of camera obscura, and like he recreated the studio. He recreated the pigments and as much as he could, and it was just I was really. And I saw it really, really long time ago. It was at the beginning of my, like at the beginning of a studying at the academy. I was still in Los Angeles, and I saw that. I saw that documentary, and I really rooted for that guy because I thought that if he can make it, just recreating all these things, the setup, and he never painted before. He didn't even know what the pigments are and how to mix them. He didn't even know. He was exactly at the same point that he didn't even know how to clean the brushes properly and to protect them from, damaging them in the long run. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I really rooted for him. I really wanted him to succeed. And then I saw the result. And I mean, it was good. It was okay. But, and then you see the real Vermeer next to it, and it already looked like another level through the camera. And then I saw Vermeer painting in Vienna, and I have to tell you that it's just no, he was not even close to that. It almost looked, and I have to rewatch it. I should probably rewatch it even today, just to make sure that I have a right impression from that documentary. But it was really bad. It was obvious that that person had no painting experience, and it showed because he just copied what he saw, and he didn't even copy what he saw necessarily. He created the exact same setup, the exact composition. He recreated the whole room. Just the portrait of a girl was different, but the fabric and everything. But again, it was just an attempt for a copy. And I think that he understood that, the amount of money that he spent and, everything around that, and how frustrating was it to use that camera obscura. The easiest way is to just study how to draw and paint, and then paint what you feel like painting, rather than just copying. Rather than just copying master like Vermeer, only to prove that Vermeer was just a fraud. It's just it was really, if anything, it proved that you have to study your whole life to get to, and you will never be able to get even closer to Vermeer with all the technology and knowledge that you have right now. It was so. And like I said, I was rooting for that guy because I thought that was just gonna help me as well as a painter. And I was just, I was destroyed. I was truly destroyed. Awesome, awesome. So I'm just, I'll finish, I finished the stream. I'm going to continue painting a little bit more because I kind of want to, but I don't think that the light conditions are going to allow me to do that. And then I'll check it. So I'm trying to create something a little bit more interesting right there, and I see the mistakes and problems that I created here. So let me just extend this all the way here. Perhaps, yeah, that's going to be better. So I'm trying to create a little bit more like some kind of interesting folds here and there. Again, because I want to create that separation between. I want to really put that disconnect that pole from the from his body. And the problem is that it's just, you know, it's just, I need to, this is this direction right here, and there's a strip right here. I need something that goes across to break that, because it seems like they are the same thing and they're kind of blending together. So I need something that goes across to destroy that. And what could I put there? I don't know. I have nothing to put there. Maybe I could create like a. What about this? What if I just take this? Like so, and cut it in half right here. Let's try that. What if I just take this and cut it in half? Right there. So it goes inside, maybe just kind of flops with a little triangle right here. What would that do to this? What would be the purpose behind this here? And again, I put it into a. I'm thinking perhaps there is this that goes over this little triangle right here that goes over, which kind of reflects the same thing on the other. I'm just, why am I doing this? Truly, can someone explain to me why is this happening? I don't know. I'm just replicating the same things, same shapes. I have like a triangle right here and the same triangle right here. It's just, I don't. Okay, So I'm going to put this as a part of the garment all the way there. And then I should create also that kind of a rope that is right there, which is right here. There is a rope right here that he has on his shoulder, the same, on his hips, the same way. Yeah, I see what the problem is. Okay, it has to go this direction. It has to go this direction. Okay, so if I could create a little bit of shadow right here, the occlusion, this go up here, and this go down and create bump right here. Hips and the arms, and if because what I did is that I pushed, I think this might be the problem. Yeah. Maybe even lower. Maybe it should go this way. And then out, flares out. What I'm doing right now is that, you know, I work on the shoulders, right? And I'm going to raise this shoulder. I'm going to push this shoulder lower. So I'll just move it here, here, and yep. So one of the fingers are going to be on the top, and another ones are going to wrap around. That works, and it drops the shoulder a little bit more down. That gives me a space for this adjustment here, and I can push this lower right here, so that gives the volume. And since my shoulders go this way, the diagonal is this way, the hips needs to go this way to give him that contrapposto gesture. So let's push that a little more. And I think that that's something that will help. Okay, see? It's just I was struggling here, and it's not the end of the world. It's going to be here and here. And then maybe I could do like a shadow. Maybe I could do like a slow turn right here with a shadow as well. And it could be like a shadow a little bit here from that pole. I should probably think about that because that pole should also have some kind of a cast shadow. And it starts from here. So this could be in the shadow. Cool. And that could push this even lighter. like a nice orange. Saturate it to hit. Just I can't see. I'm painting. I'm sorry, I just put my head there. I just can't see. I can't see. And I want like an orangish. Orangish pigment. Here to show the side of that pole. Yeah, that's all I can do today because I can't really see. I can't judge the pigments properly. So I would put myself into more trouble than actual. Yeah, I can't see nothing right now. I really can't see. So that will be it for today. I'm sorry that I have to end stream, but it's like it's almost time anyway. I didn't even today. It was really fast today. I didn't even know that it's already 4. So yeah, we did some adjustments again, pushed it further, which is awesome. Perhaps one thing, since I see it right now, maybe I can reuse this pigment. Push this higher. Right, so I showed that it's going around and behind him, like so. And that's what gives me that blue that I need right here. Right, so it shows that, you know, something goes behind something else, right? Just a quick reminder that I have to work on that a little bit tomorrow. And perhaps it could drape, and maybe it could drop down here. Or here. What if I just hit it here? Oh, wow. Okay. What if I just, but then I'm probably, if I put it on this side, I'll break that swoop. So it could be here, and that could actually solve this problem right here. Crazy idea. Crazy idea. Let's, should I do it right now? Yeah, I'll do it right now, because if I don't do it right now, I'm going to be too scared to do it tomorrow. So what I'm thinking is that it's wrapping around, it's going behind him, and then it shows again like a flowing, like somewhere here. And then would close the gap. Maybe I should push it lower. I don't know, man, but let's do it. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I did it. I did it. Maybe, yes, no, yes, maybe. It's just pushing him too much on that side. It doesn't really matter. That's fine. I'll just adjust that. Oh, maybe it should be. Remember how much I wanted something light here? I think I have opportunity to do it right now. So it's going to go this direction right here. And then there's going to be sliver of light on that side, and that kind of pushes it. So it's going to go this way here, and then here. So you're just kind of dangling there. It's kind of dangling there, like a flop behind, like his garment. I don't know if this was the right decision, but again, you know, we're having fun. And maybe this was a rushed decision, but you know, it's there, so can't change it. Of course I can't change it. I'm just, you know, having fun with this. Which kind of solved that problem with that area right there. Yep. Just, it's too generic right now, so I have to find out like a little nice shape to it, or, you know, make it a little bit more understandable, and then it would give me more light into here, like the reflection, the yellow, it would be probably here as well. So I'm just going to, it wouldn't be that much, but you know, since the one candlelight can, you know, lit the whole room, why the little reflection couldn't, you know, affected this. And I think that's what I was looking for, and it showed just right now. It's going to look weird tomorrow because it's not right. It's not the right value, but that's not the right hue. It's just the right value, but it doesn't really matter because this is exactly what I needed, just to improve on that shape. Yeah, this is going to work. I'm going to make it work. All right, so with breaking all the suggestions, do not do anything rash at the end of the session. I just did, but you know, that's okay. If not, I can always repaint it. I can Control Z that. Yeah, I'm gonna, looking at the time, yeah, I think that's it. This is it for today. And the reason is not that I don't want to paint anymore, I really do, but I can't see anything. And my camera actually, I think that, you know, pushing the ISO to its limit, and I can't really see anything on my canvas at all. But as I talk about my schedule for tomorrow, I cannot promise anything, but hopefully I'll be able to stream tomorrow. It all depends on the time that I will have, and also, you know, the transportation and so on and so forth. So, but I would like to paint, and I would like to do what I assigned to do. It's going to be another fun experiment. Let's do that, you know, really bad painting Friday on Sunday. It's kind of a cool thing to do, and we can do really bad talking and really bad painting on Friday. No. What's the title going to be? Really bad painting and really bad talking Friday on Sunday. That's the title for tomorrow's stream. So hopefully I'll be able to manage that and be here on time for streaming. And if not, actually, since I'm attempting to work digitally, we can disregard the whole lightning situation, which, you know, it's a nice a change of scenery for me, for sure, because I'm a diehard old school oil painter. So let's see what's going to happen. I really thoroughly enjoyed today. I have to say it was awesome. There was a little bit more interaction with you today, which I'm really bad with, but I'm trying to get better. It's just because when I get focused on painting, I'm forgetting what's happening around me. Yeah, let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. Thank you for participating. Thank you for creating our stream, and I'm going to refer to this stream as our stream because it really is ours. It's just we're a small, really small group of people that they are attending these streams. But it's okay. It's more personal, and I really enjoyed it. And I appreciate your inputs and support and comments and these ideas that I can further explore. It's really important for me. I don't want you to stop. I don't want you to feel that you cannot express yourself. Whether it's a creative art that and you send me these pictures, or in a painting discourse or that discussion, all is really greatly appreciated. I don't know how to describe it better. Perhaps the way how can I describe it to make sure that I paint better, so you guys have that better visual examples, and maybe get a little bit more into these techniques, because I see that again I talk about these techniques in theory, and then it's probably easier for you to see when I actually execute that. So maybe we can dedicate a couple more minutes during the stream talking about the different techniques and different ideas when it comes to brush work and applying pigments and so on and so forth. That might be cool. Let's see. If anything changes, I will post everything, all the information on X, and that's it. I have no other ideas, and I don't want to prolong the stream any longer, with just a word salad, as they say these days. So have a beautiful rest of the day. Stop pressuring yourself with the fact that, oh, if I'm not actively painting and mixing pigments and applying on the canvas, that I am not working. Yes, you are working. If you go to museum, I go to museum and I work in the museum. It's not relaxed for me. It's really work. Same goes when I travel in the bus from point A to point B, or with the train. I prefer train. I have either you're reading about something related to painting, or you're watching some videos with techniques. Right now I'm watching a lot of videos on Blender, because there's a big project that I have, and the Blender is not really it's not something that you just sit down one evening and tomorrow morning you know how to work with Blender. And yeah, yeah, that's I'm just trying to recall some other things that I wanted to talk about, but most likely that was not important. So enjoy, and I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Take care. Bye.